Good morning, folks. Welcome to part 5 of this mostly fresh start Chillheart Nightblade. Let's, uh, let's get going. You're farming Bismeal rep today, getting to level 100, farming some other gear. Not sure why we dropped back down to Elite. Maybe it was for the Namadea. Yeah, it was for the Namadea helm. Good day, welcome in, Violet. Of course, it's the eye again, and not the horns. So we reset. I mean, for the moment, I just want something that's at least passable as a roll. This seems like a simple thing to get, but I think I think the eye, we've dropped that 4 times in a row or something. 80 stream streak, and who knows what the real one is. Rhyme Frost of Protection. You know what? I'm pretty sure that's a level 84 base, but this is at least reasonable. We don't need the Pierce. Well, yeah, we don't need the Pierce Res. 45 over. We lose 14. So Pierce will be just slightly overcapped, I guess. I guess Fallen Skies has Pierce res. Who knew? Instead, we get Rime Frost, which is Aether res and Freeze res. We kind of... We really need Stun res. But this is at least a start. Let's go into Ultimate to put this on. So we will keep the Runestone for now. We need an Impervious Living Ring for the moment. Or another Impervious chest piece of some kind. Okay, Shrewd of Nature's Bounty. This is relatively low level. We also don't actually want Chaos Defier. So long term, do something else with the shoulders. We're not going to farm. Let's see. Who has a... Let's see. Is there anything that has... Anything that converts to cold damage for shoulders? I mean, that's really kind of not something we need, but... Okay, Craval. Possibly. Craval shoulders are what? Conversion, health, elemental, freeze, res, and a bunch of skill points we don't care about. So... And I suppose we could try to get Fabius shoulders, but that's a bit much. The elite Coven Arcane Spallers have Flat Fire, percent Cold OA, Pierce Aether Res, +3 to Fire Strike. That is very possible, actually. Okay. It's a good faction item. We're honored with Coven, so... We have our Chillheart. So I don't want to do this only because I'm not quite ready to go that far. Okay, we can kill Kenyon Bernhardt again. A few more bounties will be able to get the writ to help us along a bit. Did I miss a bunch of elites? Yeah, I did miss at least one elite up here. We could get another 94 Spectral Longsword while we're waiting to kind of fully transition this build. Good morning, Susie. Yeah, I was lurking in Teppy's stream for a moment and really started drinking coffee and trying to eat some breakfast before starting, so I didn't have a chance to chat. But it's good to see him back streaming. Hey, Teppy, welcome in. Good to see you. No worries. If people want to watch Grim Dawn, they'll know where to show up at this hour. All right, and enjoy dinner. I will buy the Salile one as also. Actually, I'm going to reset. If we're going all the way back through Corvin City again, I want to respawn elite mobs. Sounds like a PoE build. Welcome in, Misa. Okay, Impervious of Caged Souls. Caged Souls is not good, is it? It's not one of the good quasi-pet affixes. Alright, Devastating of Vitality. Hang on. That could be interesting. I mean, it's plus 800 health. Okay. Spirit. We lose some elemental res. We lose bleed res. Elemental is way overcapped. Bleed is overcapped. We lose some percent elemental damage for a bunch of health. It's worth keeping for now, I guess. The Impervious, if it was a different suffix would have been really nice, but it's all right. Okay, let's go back to Elite for a minute. All right, I'm just curious. So, Elite versus normal, 50% monster damage, 270% monster health. So this is like 15, 140. Interesting. It's kind of cool that they actually give you these metrics. Anyway, let's we're gonna craft Serenity if we can. We might actually need to get some more Ancient Hearts, but Wendigo Spirit. How many missives do we have? Slash, where are they? Okay, we have 10. Fortitude. We need a resilient plating. We need a leathery hide. Ballistic? Ballistic plating is resilient, okay. So Citadel, we need one more Ancient Heart. So we go to the Necropolis Smith. Oh, right. We need a Kilrian soul for Serenity, so... Alright, I guess we're farming, Kilrian. Forgot about that part. I was gonna do this on Elite. There's no... Doesn't really matter, Elite versus Ultimate for farming Kilrian. For the bounties for the Witch Gods, however, we'll go back to Ultimate because you get more rep for doing them on Ultimate. Usually, when I've done them on Elite in the past, it's because if you're using a merit, you have access to all the portals on Elite, whereas if you're just starting on Ultimate, you probably aren't going to do Forgotten Gods. But yeah, given the choice, you always do want to do bounties on the highest difficulty that you have access to the map. Okay, and he drops his soul in the first run, which is fantastic. After making me, I think, kill Namade 5 times for 1 helm, RNG's on my side for the minute. Alright, we need a Blessed Whetstone. Okay, we got Petrify Res. I guess it could be worse. So you could use Petrify Res, but... Okay, we get a bit of health. We get +1 demo as well. So let's do a +1 demo. Let's see what we can take points out of.
What troubles you? Safe journey.
Alright, we're going to Blast Shield to 14 now.
I sense turmoil within you. Farewell.
Alright, back to Ultimate. Hey, good morning, Rainin. Good morning, Kibitz. Alright, let's Let's go get Sedina's memento. Craft the black talent for Heart of Darkness. Well, at least you're motivated to read, Kibbutz. I mean, that's very much a positive. I like well-paced books. They can be quicker. They can be fast-paced or slow, depending. I think my writing is probably more slow-paced. But in terms of reading, I've enjoyed both. Okay. Alright, I don't know how I got lost trying to find this. I've only been here literally hundreds of times. Okay, good thing I got an extra Ancient Heart, because we actually need it for this. Yeah. I will say, I think one of the weaknesses that some of the less established writers, like you might find, you can find their works on Amazon, places like that, but they're not as well known. One of their weaknesses, I think, is they create too many characters, and they might, in a story where it makes sense to tell the stories of like epic, where you say, oh, here's 20 characters is about right. you end up with around 25, which isn't catastrophic, but if they reduced their number of point of view characters and simplified a few things, the books would probably be a lot tighter and better. But yeah, like if the slow pace is because the author's just building stuff up steadily, that can be great. If it's because the author's trying to do too much and tell too many stories, sometimes that gets a little bit annoying. Yeah, the only way to fight Lokar in the base game is, you do the whole thing with the Heart of Darkness, Mythical Storm Heart, Sedina's Memento, which you give to the ghost who creates the portal, which brings you to the house that Lokar built.
Whatever it is you think you're interesting. If you all what you I
Yeah, I agree on incentives. You have to give me enough of a promise that I'm looking forward to the payoff. Morning, Canadian guy. Good morning, Captain Keen. We crafted Serenity, so that's a thing. We also got a functional, it's an 84 base Namadeus helm, but we got Rime Frost to protection, which is not the worst thing we could have rolled. Got the Leaf Mane Alpha Horn, which is good because we're going to forget. We're not sided with Barrow Home, so we're going to forget that whole thing. Okay. Any of these guys want to drop me Venom Gaze Bile? Because I guess we can still get it from the same spawn area, just without the quest. Just have to remember. Yeah, if the necklace is gone, they kind of can't do the Lokar fight, unfortunately. I think in the mod they had a way that you could get another version of the necklace, but was this a character you done in season that's being transported over? Because that could possibly be causing the issue. Normally, I can't think of any reason why if you've opened up the portal, it wouldn't remember that you had that. Yeah, you can get the sword without the necklace, but if the portal has, but if you've given up the necklace to open the portal before, that could be an issue. But yeah, you've. Why can we not progress here? This is. All right, camera rotation for the win. Correct. The sword. Yeah, the sword is not relate to the necklace. The necklace is if you wander around the ethereal thing in Devil's Crossing, just kind of hug that. Maybe the necklace will spawn, but and then yeah, you need the Heart of Darkness, which is craftable, and you get the sword. Heart. The sword shows up if you have the Heart of Darkness in your inventory.
You strike me as a violent person, but I want you to know that this... Very well. Shall this dance of blood begin anew, then?
Uh, when's the DLC coming out? No idea at this point. We're still hoping for 1H26, but we'll see. I mean, I think 2 months is probably enough lead time to announce something like that, especially when you've been kind of building it up for a while. So they could potentially announce it in April for a June release date, but after a certain point, you kind of expect it might be getting pushed back. And I wouldn't be surprised at this point if it is. I mean, that's probably ideal if people have a chance to try it in between those seasons. You can time it around PoE reasonably well. I'm not sure you can time anything around when the last epoch does something because I don't even know if the devs know if they're going to have it done in time until about a week before.
The fates of those thieves are inconsequential. The altar of Ratosh is a rare. Now that you have, ever since the yes, deep beneath.
Okay, we're honored. Yeah, I guess we can find and fight Silvaria. All right, my dog just came in, so I'm gonna let her out. So be right back, guys. Okay, we're back, and I mostly agree that Ellie is having problems. But yeah, I don't know. It just seems to me that if you know that Last Epoch is having a season release on X date, maybe you still slightly plan around that. Because even if Last Epoch doesn't have a ton of players, if you can get as many people to buy and launch and start playing the game on whatever weekend you release it, that's probably still a good thing. Then again, Crate doesn't really care about any of that marketing stuff, so maybe they'll just release it when it's ready. I don't want a living ring of mending. That's kind of sad, actually. Yeah, D4 probably gets a decent amount. Yeah, that's also very true. It's not live service. It's not season based, so people can buy it and pick it up whenever they want. I mean, I still think timing it around the start of the Steam summer sale, if they can do that, makes a lot of sense because people say, "Oh, there's a new DLC for this game. Oh, I can buy the game on sale," and then if they like the game, they'll buy the DLC. Uh, Welcome in, Morndale. Yeah, I think typically sales are very front weighted, but whoa. Well, we do have blast shield, but well, people are idiots in general, so you can only do so much with that, unfortunately. Menacing of Thunder. Not what we're looking for. Unfortunately.
Have you found the underwood? Glorious Edl.
Okay, we're revered with Coven now.
See anything you like?
Alright, if we get this shoulder, we lose a bunch of health.
Iron welding then.
So... the 347 health. I mean, it's not insubstantial, but... let's go finish Forgotten Path, maybe. Wait. I'm very confused how offering to donate to charity gets somebody sent death threats. I'm... I feel like I'm missing part of your story, Misa. Or maybe is it just people are in fact that stupid? Yeah, the Grim Dawn community is chill outside the forums. See if Gale Slice wants to give us anything. Alright. Are there any healers here? Rime Frost to Frostbite. So this says Vit Aether, Flame Touch, Nightfall, gives us Chaos to Cold conversion. It's not bad. Vit Aether, supposed to Vit Elemental Bleed. We don't get percent health, but we'll keep that in stash. I think for when we have more health and the other things. Oh yeah, and we were actually we'll just go back to Burwich Village Rift and go to Hidden Path that way. really want to be around his shard if we can not be. He's almost dead. Alright, let's check out Witch God bounties for a bit. Yeah, people... touching grass is a good idea. Get out into the world. Get off of the internet. Always good things. Okay, piercing converted to elemental. Um... Hang on, hang on, hang on. Does this, let me just see quickly. Slight damage increase, and this is a massive upgrade for health. Chaos res is fine. Aether res is massively over. Elemental res is insane. Pierce is still not great. We'll take the Scaled Hide for the moment, but that's actually kind of a massive upgrade. We also needed stun res. It's not the perfect shoulder, but it really fits what we need. It's also level 92, but I mean, this was probably level 50. So... yeah, you can find clips like that with people getting what's probably coming to them. After a while, it just gets kind of sad, though. Like, yes, actions have consequences, but I also wish people could just be less stupid. Yeah, mobs tend to get away with stuff. And internet mobs are some of the worst. Like, obviously, a real-life mob is more dangerous, but the ease of forming an internet mob is much higher. And the complete obliviousness to which an internet mob behaves is also, in some ways, worse. At least a real mob, they see what they're doing. The internet mob is just a bunch of savages chomping at the bit to try to show off how virtuous they are. But eventually you learn the value of touching grass, Miso, I hope. The way it was meant. Oh, yeah. So, I ran this poll yesterday. I'm going to run it again today. It's a non-binding referendum as opposed to an election where the winner is guaranteed victory. But some games I'm considering for when we're done with BattleTech for other variety streaming purposes when I'm not playing Grim Dawn. So let's... it says view results. It doesn't... Doesn't actually want... Okay, you know what? It's just new poll. Okay, poll is up. We were doing this Chicago style, vote early, vote often. So Divinity Original Sin 2, I'm already kind of... I'm not... I've made enough headway. I'm just going to finish that on my own off stream. But if I did, I would consider at some point doing another playthrough of that. But we're not there yet. And yeah, I put Red Dead back on there, so if people want to keep voting for that, they definitely can. All right, Bismeal. Okay, we're getting there. Let's go through the void. Make a little progress. I could be using XP pots for this, but we are doing some resetting and farming, so I'm not really that into doing that. We'll get to level 100 anyway. Wait, I never said I don't want to play Red Dead 2. I definitely do want to play that game. I just don't know when I'll get around to doing it. It might be soon. But I did want to give people both on Saturday and Sunday a chance to vote, because there could be different people each day, and hey, Azimavi, welcome in. Sorry to hear you got one-shotted. Playing Grim Dawn or something else?
Is that you, Mother? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I won't make it to dinner. I'm just so... And in Fort Ulgrim. Yes, the mount I see.
Poll's still going, but we'll check it in a few minutes. If Red Dead won twice in a row, then that's a pretty good sign of what people want to see. If I had to guess, it probably attract more viewers on average than some of the other games anyway.
It's good. You're right.
poll's not done though, so gotta wait till the poll ends. Otherwise, it's the famous picture of Harry Truman after the 1948 election, holding the headline of the Chicago Tribune, which reads "Dewey beat Truman" or "Dewey beats Truman," when in fact the Chicago Tribune called the election too early and Truman won. Aether Pet build. Okay, Zarthuzelen just said nope. Wait, Zarthuzelen or Zentaran? Because, I mean, Zarthuzelen's deadly too, but Zentaran is very much the one-shot. Yeah. Thing is, if it's Red Dead 2, I think that needs to be like a at least 3 times a week kind of a game. Because I think it's very rich, story driven, and you probably want to immerse yourself into that world. Some other games I think you could play a bit more casually and alternate between a couple of them, but I don't think you can do that with Red Dead. Like it's kind of like if you did a proper Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous playthrough. If I continued on with that, which I may read a lot more about Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous and just try it again in a future date, but not right now. Okay, we could go to 40 in the demo, but I don't think I want to do that yet. All right, let's reset, do some more bounties, get that Night Stalker pendant. Yeah, I'm going to be streaming most days, but there's still 3 days a week are dedicated to Grim Dawn. Try a ready-made build versus trying to cobble something together on one's own. That's fair. I will consider that definitely. All right, Titanivore. Wait. Are you talking about Red Dead or Pathfinder, Miso, or both? See, I thought I was doing that in Pathfinder. It's not even knowing how to make the builds work in Pathfinder. It's just literally everything. It's just, and I've also seen some people suggest that you play Pathfinder turn-based, which I might do because I have enjoyed Divinity 2. Yeah, I kind of thought that was true about Red Dead. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, 18-3. We're gonna reset. Titanivore again. All right. I guess this mob has to be on the other side. Wait. Oh, I'm attacking Varnox. I'm going for Varnox. I don't know why I'm even in here. Whoops. Okay, quick break to give Shirley her breakfast. Okay, Red Dead absolutely destroyed everything else in this poll, so I'll test it out on my laptop, make sure it runs fine. It should, and but barring any technical issues, that's going to that's going to be the next thing we play. Anyway, I will. Yeah, laptop. Anyway, be right back. Shirley is happily chowing down, so let's get back to it. Okay, we are getting close to Revered with this meal, so just keep going. Oh yeah, I've I've seen that dog. Just hanging out, chilling in the window. Or on the porch or whatever it was. Alright, Titanivore. 23 2. So I think 2 bounties will be good to go. got healed by somebody. That's slightly annoying. Alright, now we find out what we need for the Night Stalker. Could be another Killerian Soul or something like that. So what's your crafting bonus? Health and healing effects. Let's go Angram. Wait, do we not? Did we never buy this blueprint? Wow. Okay, this is a legitimate SSF thing. So we actually have to buy the blueprint, which probably means we need to farm some iron bits. It's Bismeal, right?
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Wow, have we really never bought any of the Bismeal stuff? That's kind of wild. Alright.
Put it to good use.
Alright, now let's see what we need for it. Okay, it requires a Vendetta, a Haunted Steel, and an Arcane Spark. And 5 Eldritch Essence. How many Eldritch Essence do we have? We have 7. Okay, Arcane Spark. Plenty of Seals of Binding, that's fine. What was a Vendetta? Fervor, Death Chill. And 3 Bloods? Sure. And we haven't... Do we have an Attune Lodestone? Wait. Cracked Lodestone. What about Attuned Lodestone? to make sure that I have this before I'm sure we must, but I need to see it in my stash to... Okay, there they are. And, so Night Stalker Pendant also requires Haunted Steel. Does Haunted Steel require Vengeful Wraith? Okay. And now I think we can't afford to craft this. Yep, now we need more iron. Should probably actually just can sell some stuff. Okay, so if we want brimstone, we actually do need to push. Fair enough. Alright, so yeah, for now we'll keep the Creed's Cunning. Fire Strike is 1 point. It's already doing pretty good DPS.
So that
Alright, so we're switching over to auto attack.
What troubles you? Farewell. What troubles you?
And
Farewell.
What's our attack speed? 142 is not good, is it? This is not good at all. Probably go Seal of Annihilation here. Obviously, we need a Spectral Longsword with attack speed or a... Yeah, we need, like... If we do a Spectral Longsword, we need, like, a Glacial of Shattering or something like that. I think Spectral Longsword is still the best option. Also put points in Vindictive Flame for total speed, but... Yeah, and we need speed on our gloves. Aether, Chaos, Elemental Res. Do I, Elemental, Aether... Chaos would be the only slight problem here. We could actually fix that with the attack speed component. Rip health. Don't destroy soulbound item. Yeah, wow, rip health. Maybe we hold off for a minute, try to get some other gear upgrades. Hey, Chaos, welcome in. Yeah, we could probably drop Blast Shield to 10 for the moment. I don't really want to drop it below that, but yeah, 10 or 14 are sort of sweet spots. And I think we want Brimstone though, so we kind of have to push up in demo mastery. I mean, better living ring. Band of the... Like, this is okay for the RR, though. That's sort of... I feel like the 10% cold RR is good enough that we want to hang on to that. And yeah, we'll grab a Seal of Annie here. Maybe get a better Gale Slice item. So yeah, we've got some choices. We're now a Shadow Strike / Fire Strike build. The Runic Bracers are going to go once I get something that's a substantial upgrade. These are very... This is +3 execution, which is very nice. It's flat cold. The Vit to cold isn't that useful to me. I'm hoping we can maybe get Pierce to cold gloves, but we'll see. Yeah, a good Gallus ring might be the play here instead of living rings. At least a Gallus ring is a guaranteed drop. Yeah, we can try Gallus. And yeah, obviously, when we get iron, we'll put a Seal of Annie on here. Yeah, farming Gallus is when I really wish they just put the quest marker where the hive is. Doesn't do me any good now because we've already done the quest, but it would just be nice to have. Gallus rings can also roll with health quite a bit, so and then again, so can the living ring, but and living ring is percent elemental damage. Gallus is probably better though for the vindictive flame. You can give up a small amount of percent damage for more total speed, and not that regen really matters for us, but the Empiric of Shattered Reality. Really? Alright, we'll farm Gallus. Yeah. My main concern with the runic bracers is how low my health goes if I drop them. Like, we're already at what I would call a low amount of HP, especially for a melee build on hardcore. So if I can avoid going any lower until I get some legitimate gear upgrades, I kind of want to do that. The runic bracers are definitely not optimal right now, but if they keep me from dying... Hey, Farnsworth, thank you for the tier 1. 20 months of battle tech. Damn. You know, chat has voted very strongly for Red Dead Redemption 2, so I will install it and test it and such. Prismatic of Belial's Malice. Yeah, Sabo's not known for high health, but you can give anything high health if you try hard enough. No Baldur's Gate 2. I did buy Red Dead 2 on the Steam Winter Sale with the intention of possibly streaming it, so... And I may try to finish... I'll finish Divinity 2 off-stream, because I started that off-stream, and I'm kind of at a point where I don't really want to finish a playthrough where I'm already at the academy. Hopefully it's not a spoiler for anyone, but if you know Divinity 2, you kind of know roughly how far I am into the game based on that. What does chat know? Chatter asking what chat knows. Love it. Glacial of protection. You know what? Okay. That's not bad. Okay, I think this replaces the living ring for the time being. So we have a little more health. We have +3 Vindictive Flame, so maybe a little more attack speed. And Rime Frost to Frostbite isn't bad, but let me see if I can get something a bit more defensive from Gale Slice. Because if we're going to use Brimstone, I think we do want the Chaos to Cold conversion on that. So we got a slightly below average attack speed roll on the weapon, which is unfortunate. But again, if we also want a Spectral Longsword that has attack speed on it. Templars of Fortitude, so that doesn't, I don't think that does anything for us. go check Spectral Longswords. Go for the boss, and then we can check the vendor quickly. I won't break the fresh start rule. If I was going to do that, I probably would have just done the dual wield dervish Eye of Reckoning. But I do think with dual blades, having the pierce to cold from Spectral Longswords is probably good. Plus, this keeps all the fizz to cold for Shadow Strike. Which I think if we can keep Shadow Strike soft cap, that would be nice. I'm not sure if we'll be able to do that, but I didn't actually see what he had, so this may be a because the thing is, with the fresh starts, I want to create something that anyone theoretically could just make for the first character. So, even though once you have more than a couple characters, you can just make this. You can just make a dual Chillheart build. You couldn't do it for your first, so. So you, Canadian guy, you want to make a dual wield chaos melee character. So your answer to that is probably Witch Hunter, so Nightblade Occultist. And if you want to do dual wield melee. If you are open to sword and board, you have a bunch of additional options. You could do Chaos Shattering Smash. There's a helm you would farm from the Sentinel, the last guy you fight for Hidden Path. He drops a blueprint, and I think I have one. Yeah, this shield here you'd use for that, and there's also legendary gloves that give you Chaos RF. So you do Sword and Board Sentinel, or you do probably dual wield is just easiest to do Nightblade and Occultist. Ideally, you want a Razin set. I think there's Fang of Cthon. You either you can do that. You also have the Scepter that the Bloodsworn guys drop as just a base Chaos weapon for when you're leveling. You can dual wield those. And there's Void Spire, which is a also Chaos Execution that you can use. But endgame, you're going for Razin, Fang of Cthon, Void Spire, possibly Fang of Cthon, and a really nice roll on the Chaos Scepter that you can get from the Bloodgrove guys. Yes, Chaos Shattering Smash Sentinel is a lot of fun. And you can play that with Fang of Cthon, but I think if you can get a one of the Chaos Scepters with the of the Abyss suffix, supposedly that is better. And it might be easier to farm the of the Abyss than get the random legendary. Okay. Right. Gale Slice and Radleth. hang on. Let me see if I can find the Grim tools for my Sword and Board's Smash Sentinel. Is this it? Yes. Yeah, no worries, Canadian guy. Okay. All right, that is not a long sword, so. Also, now that we're a Fire Strike build, we probably want to respec how we're doing our devos. All right, I'm gonna put this on. I'm gonna put Revenant on Fire Strike. This is fine on Flame Touched. This is fine on. Yeah. Rumor on Shadow Strike, maybe. Okay, what's the cooldown on this? 3.2 seconds. Put this on Thermite Mine. And put this on Blade Spirit. I think that's going to be better. Yeah, I have a bunch of combustion bands. You know, the funny thing for me is there's the blue ring and the purple ring that both give Vit RR, and I have more. I have many more of the purple ones than the blue ones. Some of those weird statistical quirks. Right, that's not a Spectral Longsword, but we can still go for Gale Slice. Oh, by the way, guys, we are level 97. We are not Nemesis with anyone yet. So, it is very possible to get to when you can start to have endgame stuff on an SSF run without getting Koopas spawning. Probably won't be happening for too long, because if we're farming Gale Slice, we will eventually attract Koopa's attention, but I mean, that's a specific farm. Impervious of the winter storm, yes please. Okay. We found our Gale Slice mark, I think. Pierce Poison, Vit, Elemental. We lose health, but we should gain a ton of damage, I would think. Yeah, it's a major damage boost. And for now, we'll keep the Black Tallow. And we can do a quick check of the... No, we actually don't have money to buy Spectral Longsword, so that's out. We just have to keep farming Radlith. Are you even... It wasn't even visible, so we don't know. But yeah, Impervious to the Winter Storm is good. We can drop an Impervious somewhere else, which is nice because we want to upgrade our chest piece, among other things. If we get this Chaos Res sorted, okay, well, it looks like we have 3 open slots, so we could probably get Solisle's Blood Binding on a few things. Might as well go do that. Actually, we can put on a lot of... Wow. So... That's a nice boost to our health. buy 2 more. Just have them in case we want more. We are going to be losing the runic bracers at some point. Okay, arcane lore means our required cunning drops. So if we get rid of this, unfortunately, we need to put points in cunning, which I think we should be able to afford. In any event, let's reset. Let's try to get a better spectral longsword. Let's see what Morndale's got here. Yeah, that's the the Bloodlord blade of instead of the Thang of Cthon is an option. I think I mistakenly said the scepter, not the blade, but yeah, this is the one you actually want. Oh wait, wait, what? I'm very confused suddenly, Morndale. Why is Oculent here? I'm very confused. How is Oculent better? How does that even make sense? It converts Shattering Smash to acid. So still, it's a 28% chance to be used weapon pool skill that converts your damage to something that has about 1/3 the roll of your main damage modifier. And we're using the Doombolt helm instead of the Shattering Smash helm. Okay. Why are we hard capping Doombolt on a melee build? I'm exceptionally confused about this build. So you have Acid to Chaos from the Vestments of Severed Faith. That's 25%. And... Blooded Dreeg has full acid to chaos. Okay, sure. So the so Opulent does flat acid, that gets converted to chaos. Fine, I get that. Okay, this is really weird. This is extremely weird. I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm saying it's weird. Just to be perfectly clear, but so okay, I guess if you have no physical damage to speak of, or almost no physical damage to speak of, the fizz to acid doesn't really matter. Okay, and then you have full acid to chaos because the Blooded Dreeg is going to be up 100% of the time. Okay. I mean, sure, but this is a very specific, you have GD stash gear sort of situation, and you have every single one of these things, and they happen to fit together. And if you're missing one of them, the build falls apart. Okay. I mean, I'm sorry, if I'm going to play Opulent, I'm going to play it as an acid build, but I understand why, with this particular combination, this does work creatively. But basically, if you don't have all this gear, the traditional Chaos Shield is probably going to be a better choice, and it's going to be a lot easier to build around. I mean, 100% falls apart if you don't have the Darkblade source for the acid to chaos conversion. That basically guts your damage for a quarter of your melee attacks. All right, well, this is interesting. It is obviously a much less intuitive way of making the build, but now that I look at it, I understand why it works, as bizarre as it is. And you don't get the Chaos RR on Guardians because you have the Darkblaze Ami. Frostburn Rune of Haggard Infiltrator doesn't sound weird. I mean, there's a lot of support for that, and it's an intuitive build concept. Okay, Night Stalker, yeah, we're using that. Rain of Ice and Fire, sure. Double for the skill points, I guess. Frostborn of Shattering, sure. See, every single item on this build, Rainen, makes sense without having to think about it. Like there's nothing in this entire build that even makes you wonder for a second why it's there. I mean, the metal seems weird for about half a second until you realize all the skill points it has. Oh, if the that makes even more sense than Morndale. So yeah, the Grim Tools isn't going to factor in the playtest patch changes. Yeah, I guess if you're going full Frostburn, then it makes sense. Is there an argument for more points in Bite and Cold for the DA shred? Just so that your Frostburn can crit for more? But otherwise, seems reasonable. Alright, Spectral Longsword, let's go. Glacial Shattering. Shield of Alacrity. For Fire Strike is a damage upgrade. It's a downgrade, obviously, for Shadow Strike, but we are playing this as an auto attacker, so okay. Rune Carved of Alacrity. Shield of Alacrity is better. Alright, attack speed's up to 162. Wow, we can't even afford to salvage gear. That's pretty bad. Alright, let's do a few totems. Get some money. Trying to decide on a new build, Azumovi. Well, there are always a lot of options in Grim Dawn. Spam Ring of Steel Blade Master looks better. Alright, attack speed's up to 184 now. We got rid of the runic bracers. Rip Chaos Res momentarily. Okay, maybe we keep the runic bracers for a minute. Or we just keep item. Alright, well, our attack speed is 170, which is still better. We'll get Seal of Annihilation, which will get it up to 175. We are going to swap out the runic bracers at some point, but I'm going to try to get some better gear before we do that. Let's go for Gallus again. Impervious of hungering rifts. Not particularly helpful to us. Let's see. Get a sense of what chest pieces I should be targeting. So I think some of it might just be if you get an amazing legendary, but obviously that's not that great. I mean, something like Night Hunters would be a possible thing. But that's just a random blue. Alright, I think we just have to do a bunch of totem farming. And maybe farm Gallus as well. For if we do double Gallus rings, we get good rolls. Don't know if Fog of War is Glacial Frostbite is, unfortunately, we'd rather have Chilled of Shattering. Just one of those things. Oh, I'm not optimistic that we'll get him. I'm just choosing to be hopeful. I know the odds are stacked against us. That's alright. Wait. Do we 1 point dual blades? 1 point shadow strike and just go all in on fire strike. Because once we have brimstone, this seems insanely good as a pairing. Use Chillheart plus Nex plus Night Stalker pendant. I think there's a very good chance that's what we do. But we still need to find a decent chess piece, so let's do a few more totems. I mean, it feels a little cheaty that the mythical Nex just dropped, but I mean, it did drop. Of course, the sad thing is that Nex and the Spectral Longsword is probably better than the Nex and Chillheart. So we basically may have built ourselves into something where the weapon we're building around is not even the best choice. But, you know, such is life. got 48 blooms, which is... We can start to get some work done with Seal of Annie's going to take up 16 of those. Once we can afford the 200,000 iron. So right now we're poor. Okay, no totem here. Check Old Arcovia. Alright, no totem there. Twin Falls. Twin Falls at least is a guaranteed totem. We might have found ourselves an upgrade on the chest. It's a not a MI, but of course there's also this, which lightning to cold is kind of nice. No health though. Glacial Frostbite, level 92. It's not that special. Alright, so... Okay, so this is one of those random, theoretically junk pieces of gear that actually kind of works really well for us. Anyway, let's... Let's do some Gallus farming. We might actually use that chess piece into endgame. But I mean, it's really hard to complain about Impervious of Nature's Bounty. Like, it's 500 health. It's Pierce, Poison, Chaos, and Elemental Res. This is ironically really good for an SSF run. You would never, ever, ever take that if you were pulling stuff from your stash, but it works here. You know, the crazy thing is when we get the ability to, I guess, I don't know if it's adding an extra affix to greens or some like non-MI greens. That will be very interesting. Stalwart of Soul Warding. It's pretty garbage. I mean, it is a good bit of health. We don't really need the Aether Res. We'll keep farming. I haven't stored too many of them, but I probably have a bunch of them from the season mod. Because you know, you find all these random double rare items and see if you can essence container the affixes onto something. So I probably from playing season I have some now. And I have spent a little bit of paid a little bit more attention to those types of items, even though I don't really care about them still. Warding and Frostbite we're not even going to pick up. Okay, Liches of Protection is not a bad roll, but it's not what we want. So keep farming. We might find some Gallus rings for other builds. Callister's been the better rune for a fairly long while, hasn't it? Yeah, that's what I thought, Rain. That they may have even killed Rune of Hagrad before I started playing Grim Dawn seriously, but Prismatic Mending. Fizz AAR. Okay. Again, decent roll, but just not what we need for our build. Morndale just wants to play another battle mage. I think that's really what it is. It's a Templar. Wow. I'm surprised. So Templar, you go Guardians, you go the Fizz damage and crit exclusive for Oathkeeper. Crazy crit in OA. I mean, you get pretty crazy OA at least with Battle Mage, but okay, Ravager Helm. Circle of 5, sure. Yeah. Inniscourse Head. Essence of the Grim Dawn, yeah, you need the you 100% need some sort of sustain on this build. 4300 OA, 20k health, sure. 3100 Fizz modifier, yep. Vigorous of Albrecht's Focus. So bad. Like, do you ever use a Gallus Ring on an AAR build? No, seriously, Morndale. AAR build, are you ever using a Gallus Ring? No, I don't exactly. No, you had a living ring of Albrecht's Focus, maybe. At least theoretically, that's boosting his Candra's. And depending on what type of Aether Ray you're doing it, Living Ring might even support your damage. Well, Max will be very happy to hear that Fizz Force Wave is better. I want to play the Storm Halberd as an Elementalist now that it has 50% weapon damage on Vindictive Flame. That seems like a pretty nice change. Poisoned of the Drangul. Yeah. Again, not for this build, maybe for something else. Yeah, it's the first time. Vindictive Flame has Leech. Or the second node of Vindictive Flame, I think, has Leech, and other items have given Vindictive Flame Leech, but not weapon damage. So maybe functionally similar, but it is a change. Soulburn, welcome in. If you're trying to make pets, skeletons are pets. So if you're, let's go into town so I don't die on the devotion screen. I'm not much of a pets player, but if you put bonus to all pets in the devotion screen, it'll show you all of the different pet devotions, and as long as you have resist reduction to whatever your main damage your pets are doing and as many pet stats as possible, you're probably going to be in a decent spot. I'm sure there are probably also people on the forums and elsewhere who might be able to give you better pet-specific insights, but typically you're going up this way for pet devotions or kind of down this way. So it's like purple, green, or blue, yellow. And there are a bunch of different kind of metas for how you go about that, but exactly what they are, I couldn't say. Also for skeletons, there are specific gear sets. I know there's Lost Souls, which buffs skeletons. I think that's Vit specific, so I'm not sure if that's what you're going for, but yeah, making sure you have the right gear for, especially for squishy pets like skeletons, is going to be important. Warped of Shadows. Gosh. Yeah, this is a fairly standard Gallus farm. He's going to drop us a lot of junk, and he's going to drop us some good rolls that are useless for our current build. Alright, must have missed the cave spawn. There it is. Okay. Shroud of the Cabal. Prismatic of Supremacy. Prismatic of the Arcane Blaze. Why does Gallus want to drop Prismatic all the time? Generally no. If it's a legendary random blueprint, Plasma Strike, welcome in. We are having bad luck farming Gallus. It could do Sylvaria. Only problem is the multiple spawn locations, and she's got a 2/3 chance of dropping a ring I don't care about. So living rings are really the only one I'd want. Dreadlords of Protection. I mean, again, Leech is not the weakness of this build, so oh god, no, we're not doing Alchemos. I will I will get way too annoyed doing that. Wait, where on earth is this? Oh, there it is. That could be a thought. You can certainly say that, Morndale. Why in particular? Aren't they trying to make it a little bit more useful? Corrosive of Thunder. Remove the helmet from existence. Do we have anything we can sell? We're not going to use these. This is a level 92. I'm not going to use that. Riftstone. Now, of course, we can't afford the Seal of Annie, so let's do a quick totem, and then we can craft Seal of Annihilation.
I'll give you a good price for what I've got left. Time well spent. I do the best I can with what I've got.
All right, let's go to Coven and buy some ring augments.
See anything you like? Put it to good use.
More Aether Ray builds, Morndale. Rime Frost of Alacrity would have been amazing. It's still not bad, but the fact that it's of celerity just hurts. I suspect it's not going to be very good, but I am very curious to try the Xantai Shadow Strike, then cast TSS set when Fangs of Astrakarn comes out. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if Xantai makes it a bit overpowered. Since that's basically his dream, is that play style. But still, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Incorruptible Thunder is not a bad roll, but for us it's absolutely worthless. Alright, I suspect this is going to be the last run today. We'll pick this up on Tuesday. We'll do some final gear checks and everything, and push this to do SR and Lokar. We're doing all right from a health perspective by Saboteur standards, at least. Unyielding of Vitality, you win. Alright, we're going to lose Vit and Chaos Res. Both of which we can afford. Chaos Res will be a little bit in rough shape. But this fixes our health issues completely. Stun, Freeze, Petrify, Res are all good. Probably go Bloodied Crystals for... Long term, we go Bloodied Crystals for armor. I'm just going to put on Wraith Scream and a Corpse Dust for the moment. And given the health we get from that... Well, we do lose Chaos Res if we do this. RIP. It's we'll figure out the Chaos Res, I think, next time. But it's already, or we're at 177 attack speed. This could be better, could be worse. And now we've got Brimstone. Just 1 point at the moment, but still. We do some damage. We get a Grim Tools. So as usual, I'll be uploading these to YouTube in due time, and the goal will be to finish this build on Tuesday. Monday, I think, will be the some of you guys have been waiting a while to hear this. Monday will be the last day we do BattleTech for a while, and Wednesday we'll probably jump into another game, most likely Red Dead Redemption 2, based on how the polling is looking. I'm not seeing anyone playing Grim Dawn. Let me. Yeah, it tells me no one is streaming Grim Dawn at the moment. Wait, no, that's a lie. Well, there are people playing Grim Dawn. I could send you. Does anyone know Vex Viren or Mr. Potts? If no one speaks up, I may just let you guys find your own entertainment. But if anyone knows either of those people and thinks they're good, we can raid them. It's Mr. Potts is one person, and Vex Viron is another person. VEXVIRON. No idea. All right. All right. I guess I'll let you guys find your own entertainment. Appreciate everyone being here, and I will. Grim Dawn will finish this Tuesday evening. BattleTech Monday. Probably Red Dead Redemption 2 starting Wednesday or Thursday, barring any technical issues that come up. So that'll be the plan. A good rest of your weekend, and I'll see you guys next time.